Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts trembled as lightning split the midnight sky, striking the highest tower with such force that the very foundations of the castle seemed to shudder in recognition. Magic older than memory stirred beneath the hallowed halls, awakening to a call it had awaited for centuries. In the Ravenclaw dormitory, 16-year-old Morgana Ravenheart jolted upright in her bed, her silver-streaked raven hair crackling with arcane energy, her mismatched eyes, one sapphire blue, one emerald green, wide with shock as knowledge not her own flooded her consciousness. Across the castle, in the Gryffindor tower, Cedric Lionshield's hands began to glow with golden light, illuminating the ancient scar that traced from his palm to his elbow like a bolt of captured lightning. The arrogant duelist, renowned throughout Hogwarts for his unmatched wandwork, stared in horror as symbols appeared on his skin, runes he could suddenly read, though he had never studied ancient runes. "Concordia discor," he whispered, the unfamiliar Latin flowing from his lips with perfect pronunciation. Harmonious discord. Something ancient had awakened. The Founder's final spell had begun. The Great Hall hummed with unusual tension the next morning as students found themselves inexplicably drawn to peers from other houses, pupils who had previously been rivals or strangers. Headmistress McGonagall watched with narrowed eyes as Slytherins engaged Hufflepuffs in earnest conversation, while Ravenclaws and Gryffindors shared breakfast as though they'd been friends for years. "It's happening again, Minerva," Professor Flitwick murmured, his voice barely audible above the strange harmony of intermingling house voices. "Just as the prophecy foretold, when the skies weep fire and the castle remembers its first purpose." Morgana sat alone, as she always did, at the end of the Ravenclaw table. Her lineage, descendant of both Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin through a union both houses preferred to forget, had made her an outcast since her first day at Hogwarts. Neither house claimed her fully, both viewed her with suspicion. Even now, as other barriers seemed to be dissolving, the empty seats around her remained a testament to her isolation. Until Cedric Lionsheild, resplendent in his Gryffindor robes and surrounded by his usual admirers, stopped at her table. The Great Hall fell silent. "You feel it too, don't you, Ravenheart?" he asked, his voice carrying in the sudden quiet. "The memories that aren't yours. The knowledge you shouldn't have." Morgana's dual-colored eyes met his with cold calculation. "I don't know what you're talking about, Lionsheild. You're lying." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I spent all night performing transfigurations I never learned. I suddenly understand the theoretical principles of experimental charms I've never studied." His eyes narrowed. "But I know it has something to do with you." Before she could respond, a first-year Hufflepuff across the hall began speaking perfect Mermish, the haunting aquatic language echoing eerily against the enchanted ceiling. Near the Slytherin table, a typically mediocre student was effortlessly casting a Patronus so powerful it illuminated the entire hall with silver light. "It's not just us," Morgana whispered, a rare uncertainty flickering across her usually composed features. It's happening to everyone. The library's restricted section held no answers, nor did the official histories of Hogwarts. As chaos spread throughout the school, students spontaneously performing magic far beyond their years, speaking languages they'd never studied, recalling memories of places they'd never visited, Morgana retreated to the one place she'd always found solace, the forgotten chamber behind the tapestry of Rowena and Salazar's ill-fated debate. She hadn't expected to find Cedric Lyonshield already there. "How did you know about this place?" she demanded, wand raised defensively. Cedric stood before the ancient mural that depicted the four founders, his expression uncharacteristically solemn. "I saw it in a memory. Your memory, I think." He turned to face her. "Just as you've seen mine." The admission hung between them, an acknowledgement of the strange intimacy that had been forced upon them. Morgana had indeed been haunted by flashes of a younger Cedric, standing before a tribunal of stern-faced witches and wizards as they bound his magic, forcing him to suppress his true potential. "The binding ritual," she said quietly. "They restricted your magic because you were too powerful, because they feared what you might become." Cedric's jaw tightened. "And you, rejected by both houses because neither wanted to acknowledge what your bloodline represents." His fingers traced the mural where Slytherin and Ravenclaw stood separated by Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. "The question is, why are we suddenly sharing memories? Why is everyone in the castle experiencing this blending?" As if in answer, the stone floor beneath them shifted, revealing a spiral staircase descending into darkness. Golden light pulsed from below, beckoning them downward. "It seems," Morgana said with a hint of her usual sardonic tone, "that Hogwarts wants to show us something." The chamber at the bottom of the staircase predated the castle itself, a perfect circle carved from bedrock with 4 alcoves positioned at the cardinal points. In the center stood a crystalline plinth, atop which hovered a sphere of swirling golden light that cast long shadows across the ancient runes etched into the floor. "The concordance," Morgana breathed, recognition flaring through her, though she had never seen this place before. "The heart of the Founders' original purpose." Cedric approached the plinth cautiously. "What is it?" "Not what... Why?" came a voice from the shadows. Headmistress McGonagall stepped into the light, accompanied by Professors Flitwick, Longbottom and Slughorn. "Dudil, why did 4 of the greatest witches and wizards of their age create a school with deliberately divided houses, when division is the antithesis of education?" The golden sphere pulsed, projecting images into the air, the 4 founders standing in this very chamber, their hands joined around a similar light, their voices echoing across centuries. "The entity cannot be destroyed." Ravenclaw's voice was clear and analytical. "But it can be contained, dispersed among many vessels." Slytherin continued, divided between hearts that each embody a facet of its nature. Added Hufflepuff, bound by walls of stone and spell until the day it might be safely released. Finished Gryffindor, the projection shifted, showing a writhing mass of pure magical energy, beautiful and terrifying, creative and destructive, a force of such power that it distorted the very air around it. "Oh, the primordial magic," Professor Flitwick explained, his small form dwarfed by the grandeur of the chamber. "The legends say it was a fragment of the original magic that created our world, too powerful to exist unleashed. The founders captured it, intending to study and eventually tame it. But they couldn't control it," Professor Longbottom continued. "So they divided it, binding each aspect of its nature to a house that reflected those qualities: wisdom to Ravenclaw, ambition to Slytherin, courage to Gryffindor, loyalty to Hufflepuff. Morgana's mind raced. The houses weren't created to separate students based on their traits. No, McGonagall confirmed. They were created to contain the primordial magic, using students and teachers who naturally resonated with each aspect to unknowingly help maintain the binding. The sorting hat, Cedric realized. It doesn't just sort by personality. It detects which aspect of the primordial magic a person can best help contain. Precisely, Mr. Lionshield. Slughorn nodded approvingly. A brilliant system that worked for centuries until now. The golden sphere pulsed more intensely, cracks of white light appearing across its surface. The binding is failing, McGonagall said gravely. The primordial magic seeks reunification. That's why the knowledge and abilities of each house are bleeding into the others. The barriers are dissolving. And if they fall completely? Morgana asked, though she already suspected the answer. Magical chaos, Flitwick replied. Power beyond containment, beyond understanding. The end of Hogwarts, at the very least. Cedric's eyes narrowed. But why now? What triggered this? All eyes turned to Morgana and Cedric. The spell had a fail-safe, McGonagall explained. Day, if ever there came students who embodied multiple aspects of the primordial magic with unusual strength, the binding would begin to dissolve, allowing for the possibility of a controlled reunification rather than an eventual catastrophic failure. You, Miss Ravenheart, with blood of both Ravenclaw and Slytherin, represent wisdom and ambition in perfect balance, Slughorn added. And you, Mr. Lionshield, Longbottom continued, beneath your Gryffindor courage lies a loyalty so fierce it resonates with Hufflepuff's essence. Your binding ritual didn't diminish your power, it merely masked your true nature from the primordial magic, until now. The implication hung in the air, heavy with destiny. You're saying we triggered this? Morgana's voice was barely a whisper. You are the key to resolving it, McGonagall corrected. Altogether, you represent what the Founders hoped would one day exist, wizards capable of embodying all aspects of magic in harmony, not division. The golden sphere's cracks widened, light spilling through with increasing intensity. The question, Flitwick said solemnly, is whether you will attempt to repair the failing binding, preserving the house system but maintaining the fragile containment, or risk everything to do what the Founders could not, tame the primordial magic and reunite it with the wizarding world. Morgana and Cedric stood alone in the chamber, the professors having withdrawn to allow them to make their decision without influence. The golden sphere continued to fracture, each crack releasing tendrils of magic that brushed against them like curious fingers. My whole life, I've been caught between two houses, belonging to neither, Morgana said quietly. I never understood why it mattered so much, why the division ran so deep. Cedric studied the runes at their feet. And I've spent years hiding my true abilities, pretending to be less than I am to avoid frightening those around me. He looked up, meeting her dual-colored gaze. Perhaps the divisions have served their purpose, but at what cost? How many students have suffered from being pigeonholed, from having their potential limited by house boundaries? If we release it, we might not be able to control it, he finished. But if we try to repair the binding, it will eventually fail again, perhaps catastrophically, she concluded. Their shared thoughts, a side effect of the dissolving barriers, created an unusual intimacy between former strangers. Morgana found herself trusting this arrogant Gryffindor who, she now understood, wore his pride like armor against a world that had feared his true potential. The founders themselves couldn't control it, Cedric mused, but they didn't have what we have. What's that? Centuries of magical knowledge they hadn't discovered yet. His eyes gleamed with determination. And each other. Without further discussion, they moved to opposite sides of the crystal plinth, their decisions aligned. Together, they placed their hands on the fracturing sphere, Morgana's mismatched eyes blazing with power, Cedric's binding scars glowing golden beneath his skin. Not containment, Morgana whispered, but harmony. Not division, Cedric continued, but unity. The sphere shattered, releasing a blinding explosion of primal magic that engulfed them completely. Throughout Hogwarts, students and teachers froze as the castle itself seemed to exhale, ancient stones realigning, corridors shifting, the very magic that sustained the school for a millennium transforming into something new, something whole. When the light faded in the chamber below, Morgana and Cedric stood transformed, their robes no longer bearing house colors, but shimmering with an opalescent quality that captured all hues. Between them, where the sphere had been, now hovered a perfect model of Hogwarts, but with subtle differences. The house hourglasses in the entrance hall merged into one, the dormitories rearranged, the great hall's 4 tables replaced by many smaller ones. We've remade it, Morgana breathed, her voice layered with wonder. Not 4 houses divided, but one Hogwarts united. Cedric finished, taking her hand. Above them, in the great hall, the enchanted ceiling burst into unprecedented brilliance as students watched in awe. The barriers had fallen, not in catastrophe but in transformation. The curse of the divided houses had become a blessing of unified purpose, just as the founders had secretly hoped would one day come to pass. Story 2. Ancient magic pulsed beneath the gnarled roots of the forbidden forest, a heartbeat growing fainter with each passing moon. Where once an impenetrable emerald canopy had kept the deepest shadows at bay, now gaps appeared in the verdant ceiling, allowing pale moonlight to illuminate secrets long buried in darkness. As the protective enchantments woven by forgotten hands began to unravel like weathered tapestry threads, creatures stirred in the lightless hollows and fathomless caves that honeycombed the forest depths, beings that had slumbered since the days when Merlin himself walked the earth. At the forest's edge, 16-year-old Thaddeus Blackthorne stood motionless, his tall frame silhouetted against the twilight sky. Unlike his fellow Hogwarts students who viewed the forest with appropriate dread, Thaddeus felt its pull like a physical tether anchored deep within his chest. The wind that rustled through the ancient trees seemed to whisper his name, calling him home even as it warned of gathering peril. Mr. Blackthorne, Professor Longbottom's voice shattered his reverie. The grounds are not safe after sundown. Return to the castle immediately. Thaddeus turned, his dark eyes reflecting none of the emotions that churned within. The wards are failing, Professor. Can't you feel it? The herbology master's weathered face betrayed a flicker of surprise before settling into practiced neutrality. The forest's magic is not your concern. Now inside, before I'm forced to deduct points, but it was his concern, a truth that had haunted Thaddeus since his first day at Hogwarts, when the sorting hat had hesitated above his head, whispering cryptically about bloodlines and ancient oaths before reluctantly placing him in Slytherin. His classmates kept their distance, whispering about his unnaturally acute senses and the way plants seemed to bend toward him as he passed. His uncanny affinity for detecting dark magic had only widened the gulf between himself and his peers. What none of them knew What Thaddeus himself had only begun to suspect was that his connection to the forest transcended mere magical talent. Dreams had plagued him for weeks, visions of robed figures channeling magic into the very soil of the forest, creating barriers to contain something ancient and ravenous. In these dreams, he always stood among them, a staff of twisted yew clutched in hands that both were and weren't his own. The first disappearance occurred on a Tuesday. A second-year Hufflepuff vanished during a Care of Magical Creatures lesson, leaving nothing but a single shoe at the forest boundary and a lingering scent of wintergreen and decay that only Thaddeus could detect. By Friday, 2 more students were missing, and the Ministry had dispatched a team of grim-faced auras who established a perimeter of silvery wards around the forest edge. "They're making it worse," Thaddeus muttered, watching from the astronomy tower as the auras reinforced their barriers with standard containment spells. "They're trapping us in with it." With what, exactly? He turned to find Elara Moonstone regarding him with wary curiosity, her silver-blonde hair gleaming in the torchlight. As a Ravenclaw prefect whose parents had famously died fighting Voldemort's remaining supporters, Elara represented everything Thaddeus was not. Respected, trusted, her loyalty never questioned despite her reserved nature. "Now, whatever's waking up in there," he answered, surprising himself with his candor. "The forest has always contained things better left undisturbed, but something's changed. The old magic is failing." Elara's eyes narrowed. "And how would you know about old magic, Blackthorn? Your family's reputation suggests expertise in rather different areas." The barb found its mark. The Blackthorn name had been tainted by generations of rumored dark magic involvement, whispers that followed Thaddeus through Hogwarts, halls like persistent shadows. "Not all magic is as neatly categorized as your textbooks suggest, Moonstone," he retorted, turning back toward the forest where pinpricks of eerie blue light had begun to dance between the trees. "Besides, I'm not the only one sneaking around after curfew. What brings Ravenclaw's most rule-abiding prefect to the astronomy tower on a night when students are explicitly confined to their dormitories?" "Research," she replied coolly, producing a leather-bound journal from her robes. "I've been tracking unusual magical emanations from the forest for months. They've increased exponentially in the past week, coinciding with the lunar cycle and the autumn equinox," Thaddeus finished, a chill creeping down his spine. "When the veil between worlds thins." Their eyes met in shared understanding that transcended years of house rivalry and mutual suspicion. Whatever their differences, they alone seemed to grasp the growing threat beyond the trees. The library's restricted section yielded secrets to those who knew how to ask, while the castle slept under the aura's watchful eyes. Thaddeus and Elara pored over ancient texts by wandlight, searching for answers in crumbling tomes and faded manuscripts. "Here," Elara whispered, her finger tracing lines of text so old the parchment threatened to dissolve at her touch. "The Custodes Sylvae, Forest Guardians, a secret order of witches and wizards tasked with maintaining the boundary enchantments around magical forests throughout Britain." Thaddeus leaned closer, his breath catching as he recognized symbols from his dreams etched into the page margins. "It says the Forbidden Forest was their most sacred charge because of what it contained." "Or imprisoned," Elara added, turning the page to reveal an illustration of robed figures channeling magic into a central oak tree, its roots extending downward to encircle a shapeless mass of darkness. The text is vague, but it suggests they bound something ancient beneath the forest floor, something that predates wizard-kind. "The last ritual was performed in 1742, Thaddeus continued, deciphering the faded script. The Guardian bloodlines were dwindling by then. The final entry mentions only 3 remaining families: Moonshadow, Thornright, and Blackthorn. Ilara finished, her voice barely audible. Your family. The revelation settled over them like a shroud. For generations, the Blackthorns had been viewed with suspicion for their secretive practices and apparent dark leanings. Practices that, viewed through this new lens, might have been the desperate efforts of dwindling guardians to maintain ancient protections. It wasn't dark magic, Thaddeus murmured, pieces of his family history rearranging themselves in his mind. It was old magic. Wild magic, the kind the Ministry has spent centuries trying to regulate and categorize and forget, Ilara interjected. My mother's maiden name was Moonshadow. She never spoke of it, but she kept a journal. Her voice trailed off as she extracted a small silver key from around her neck. I always wondered why she locked away her research on forest ecosystems. The truth, once unveiled, was more terrible than either had imagined. The forests of Britain had once been the dwelling places of entities older than human comprehension, beings of such power that the earliest wizards had devoted themselves to creating magical barriers to separate these primordial forces from the mortal world. The Forbidden Forest contained the most dangerous of these entities, an ancient consciousness that fed on magic itself, imprisoned beneath layers of enchantment anchored to 13 sentinel trees. Undi, the last full ritual was performed over 2 centuries ago, Thaddeus explained to Professor McGonagall, who had found them in the library as dawn broke. Since then, individual guardians have renewed the enchantments piecemeal, but without understanding the full scope of their purpose. The headmistress's face was grave as Ilara spread her mother's research across the table, detailed notes on magical fluctuations within the forest, observations of the sentinel trees, declining health, and theories about what might lie beneath. Where now the equinox approaches, when the boundaries are naturally weakened, McGonagall concluded, with the sentinel trees failing and the auras, magic inadvertently interfering with the ancient wards. It's waking up, Thaddeus confirmed. The missing students are just the beginning. Whatever is down there, it's feeding, gathering strength. Ilara unfolded a map of Hogwarts grounds, revealing annotations in her mother's precise handwriting. And the entity isn't actually beneath the forest at all. That's just where the binding ritual was performed. According to this, the prison itself is directly beneath the castle, McGonagall whispered, understanding dawning in her eyes. Hogwarts was built upon the binding site deliberately, adding layers of protection through the founders. Magic. Protection that's now compromised, Thaddeus added grimly. The disappearances, the forest creatures behaving strangely. It's influencing anything with magical sensitivity. And with each feeding, its reach grows. The Auros? Ilara asked. Under its thrall by now, I suspect, McGonagall replied, moving to the window to observe the perimeter guards, whose movements had taken on a strange, synchronized quality. What do you propose, Mr. Blackthorn? If you are indeed the last guardian, not the last, Thaddeus interrupted, glancing at Ilara, just the last to know his purpose. The Chamber of Binding lay forgotten beneath Hogwarts' deepest dungeons, accessible only through a hidden passage that responded to the combined blood of guardian descendants. As Thaddeus and Ilara descended the ancient stone steps, the air grew thick with magic, so potent it manifested as shimmering motes of light that swirled around them like curious fireflies. The chamber itself was a perfect circle of white stone. untouched by time or decay, its walls inscribed with runes that pulsed with fading luminescence. At its center stood an altar of black marble, atop which rested a crystalline orb the size of a quaffle, its interior clouded with swirling darkness. The Oculus Abyssi. Thaddeus breathed, recognizing the artifact from his family's most forbidden texts. The Eye of the Abyss. It doesn't contain the entity. It's a window through which the Guardians monitored it. Ilara approached cautiously, her wand extended. The prison itself, all around us. Hogwarts isn't built above the prison, it's built into it. The castle's very foundations are part of the binding magic. Thaddeus circled the altar, reading the ancient inscriptions. The founders knew. They constructed Hogwarts as an additional layer of protection, using the magic of generations of students and teachers to reinforce the bindings without their knowledge. Clever, Ilara mused. But now the entity has found a way to interfere with the castle's magic, Thaddeus confirmed. It's turning Hogwarts itself into a conduit for its influence, starting with those most magically receptive, students, then auras, eventually professors. The Oculus Abyssi pulsed suddenly, the darkness within coalescing into a shape that resembled a grasping hand. Cracks appeared across its crystalline surface, tiny fissures through which wisps of shadow leaked like smoke. "It's breaking through," Ilara gasped, raising her wand higher. "What do we do? How did the Guardians renew the binding?" Thaddeus closed his eyes, calling upon memories that belonged to his ancestors, knowledge passed through blood and bone and dreams. The ritual requires the willing sacrifice of magical essence from those with guardian blood, channeled through, his eyes snapped open, through a focus of power, the staff in my dreams, which we don't have, Ilara pointed out, backing away as the cracks in the oculus widened. "No," Thaddeus agreed, his expression resolute as he drew his wand. "But we have these. Wands are just focused iterations of the staffs our ancestors used. Less powerful but more precise." Understanding dawned in Ilara's eyes. "Our combined magic, channeled with intent, might be enough to reinforce the binding until a more permanent solution can be found," Thaddeus finished. "But Ilara, it will require everything we have. All of our magical reserves will be drained." She nodded. "And possibly rendered squibs temporarily, if not permanently. I wouldn't ask." "You're not asking," she interrupted, moving to stand beside him at the altar. "I'm choosing. My mother died protecting secrets she didn't fully understand. I won't let her sacrifice be in vain." Together they raised their wands, tips touching directly above the fracturing oculus. Thaddeus began to chant in a language older than Latin, the words emerging from some ancestral memory buried deep within his blood. Ilara joined instinctively, her voice harmonizing with his as magic swirled around them in increasingly frantic patterns. Light erupted from their wand tips, a blinding fusion of gold and silver that engulfed the Oculus Abyssi, seeping into its cracks and fissures. The chamber shuddered as ancient runes blazed to life along the walls, forming a network of luminous veins that spread upward, outward, throughout the castle's foundations. Thaddeus felt his magic flowing out of him like lifeblood from an open wound, yet he maintained the chant, his free hand finding Ilara's as they poured their combined essence into the binding ritual. Through their joined magic, he glimpsed the entity they fought, not evil as wizards understood it, but alien and hungry, a consciousness so vast and ancient that human morality meant nothing to it. As the last words of the ritual fell from their lips, the Oculus Abyssi flared with blinding intensity, then settled into a steady, pulsing glow. The cracks remained, but no longer widened, sealed by the sacrificial magic of the last two guardians. Thaddeus and Ilara collapsed to the chamber floor, their wands rolling from limp fingers. The complete magical exhaustion that engulfed them was like nothing either had experienced, a hollow emptiness where their power had once resided. "Did it work?" Ilara whispered, her voice barely audible. Thaddeus nodded weakly, gazing at the now stable oculus. "For now, we've bought time, but not victory. The binding is stronger, but still incomplete. Then we'll find a way to complete it," she replied, her determination undimmed despite her depleted state. Together. Above them, Hogwarts stirred from the strange malaise that had gripped it. In the hospital wing, the missing students reappeared in their beds, confused but unharmed. At the forest's edge, the auras shook themselves as if waking from a trance, while deep within the ancient trees, sentinel oaks stood straighter, their bark gleaming with renewed protective enchantments. And in the chamber of binding, two unlikely allies, a suspected dark wizard and the daughter of fallen heroes, began planning the resurrection of an order that time had forgotten. The Guardians of the Forest, protectors of the threshold between worlds, keepers of magic's most ancient secrets. Story 3. The parchment unfolded beneath Sebastian Wayfarer's trembling fingers, its edges shimmering with a silver light that seemed to breathe. Unlike ordinary maps with their fixed mountains and steadfast rivers, this one pulsed with life, roads that twisted and vanished, cities that bloomed and withered, all changing with each heartbeat. In the restricted section of Hogwarts' library, where ancient tomes whispered secrets to those brave enough to listen, Sebastian had discovered something beyond forbidden, something impossible. "It's showing the astronomy tower collapsing next Tuesday," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the rustling of the sentient books that lined the shadowy shelves. The map responded to his words, the image of the tower shimmering before dissolving into mist and reforming as a pile of rubble beneath a crescent moon. Tiny figures scattered in panic, their movements too precise to be mere imagination. Sebastian Wayfarer had always been different, even by Hogwarts standards. A muggle-born with eyes that shifted between storm grey and violet, depending on what they perceived, he had demonstrated an uncanny gift for divination that unnerved even Professor Trelawney. His dreams came true with disturbing regularity, and now, in his 6th year, he had stumbled upon this, a map that showed not where, but when. The Tempus Cartographia, according to the faded inscription on its weathered case, created by the legendary cartographers of destiny. "Absolute rubbish," declared Professor Hardwick, the severe new head of magical law enforcement studies, his wand tapping impatiently against the headmistress's desk. "The boy is obviously constructing elaborate hoaxes for attention." The cartographers of destiny are a myth, a bedtime story. Sebastian stood silent, the map clutched protectively against his chest. Across the circular office, the portraits of former headmasters watched with varying degrees of interest, though Albus Dumbledore's frame remained conspicuously empty. "I've seen what happens," Sebastian insisted, his voice steadier than his hands. The western support arch of the astronomy tower has been weakened by a curse. When the midnight astronomy class gathers next Tuesday, it will collapse." Headmistress Clearwater's expression remained carefully neutral. "And how exactly do you propose this curse was placed without triggering the castle's protective enchantments, Mr. Wayfarer?" "It wasn't placed recently," Sebastian replied, unfurling the map once more. "The map shows it was embedded during the Battle of Hogwarts, A delayed hex designed to activate precisely 27 years later. Look! But as he spread the parchment across the desk, its surface remained blank. The silvery paths and prophetic images stubbornly invisible to all eyes but his own. "I think we've indulged this fantasy long enough," Hardwick sneered. "The boy either needs psychiatric evaluation at St. Mungo's or detention for wasting our time with fabricated threats. I'm not lying." Sebastian's frustration sent a ripple of magic through the room, causing several of the headmistress's silver instruments to spin wildly. "Why would I make this up?" Professor Hardwick's eyes narrowed. "Perhaps to create a diversion. Perhaps because you placed the curse yourself." The accusations spread through Hogwarts like fiend fire, consuming reason in its path. By morning, Sebastian found himself isolated, his fellow students giving him a wide berth in corridors, conversations abruptly halting when he entered the common room. Only Luna Lovegood's daughter, Lyra, dared sit beside him at breakfast, her dreamy silver eyes regarding him without judgment. "They inspected the tower, you know," she said, offering him a radish-shaped pastry. "Found nothing. But absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence." Sebastian pushed his untouched porridge away. "The map never lies, but it only reveals its secrets to me, and nobody believes me without proof. My mother always says that truth doesn't require belief to exist." Lyra replied serenely. "Have you considered that perhaps the map chose you for a reason?" Before Sebastian could respond, a commotion erupted at the entrance to the Great Hall. A tall figure in midnight blue robes swept in, her silver-streaked black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall under starlight. Students whispered behind their hands as she passed, her presence commanding a respect tinged with fear. "Lady Cassandra Nightshade," Lyra murmured, former professor of chronomancy, before they discontinued the subject. "They say she was banished from Hogwarts for temporal experiments too dangerous even for the Department of Mysteries." Sebastian watched, transfixed, as Lady Nightshade approached the staff table and engaged in an intense conversation with the headmistress. Twice, both women glanced in his direction. "I think," Lyra said dreamily, "that your map has set greater events in motion than a falling tower." Lady Nightshade's private quarters in the North Tower were unlike any room Sebastian had ever entered at Hogwarts. Star charts covered the ceiling. But unlike the static representations in astronomy class, these stars moved in hypnotic patterns, occasionally rearranging themselves into unfamiliar constellations. Glass hourglasses of various sizes lined the walls, some flowing upward instead of down, others containing substances that were neither sand nor liquid, but something in between. "The Tempus Cartographia," Lady Nightshade said without preamble, her voice like velvet over steel. "May I see it?" Sebastian hesitated, clutching his satchel. "How do I know I can trust you?" A smile flickered across her austere features. "You don't. But consider this, Mr. Wayfarer. If I meant you harm, would I have requested a meeting through proper channels rather than simply ambushing you in some deserted corridor?" Reluctantly, Sebastian withdrew the map and placed it on the circular table between them. To his surprise, as Lady Nightshade's long fingers touched its edges, the parchment blazed to life, its silvery pathways visible to them both. "Extraordinary," she breathed. "It's been nearly a century since a true cartographer's map revealed itself to anyone at Hogwarts. You know what it is, more intimately than most." She traced a pattern above the surface, and the map responded, zooming into a section showing a familiar corridor on the 3rd floor. "I was once apprenticed to the last known cartographer, Tiberius Wayfarer." Sebastian's heart skipped. "Wayfarer? But that's your grandfather." "Yes." Lady Nightshade's penetrating gaze met his. Though he lived under a different name by then, the cartographers have always protected their identities, especially after the ministry began hunting them in the 1800s. The map shifted again, showing the astronomy tower intact, but surrounded by cloaked figures. "This isn't just about a collapsing tower, is it?" Sebastian asked. "No, child. The tower is merely a catalyst, a moment when time becomes malleable." She pointed to a shimmering nexus where multiple silver pathways converged. The astronomy tower was built on a temporal convergence point, one of 7 at Hogwarts. If it falls at precisely the right moment, it will create a temporal fracture large enough for the chronophages to enter our reality. Chronophages, time eaters. Ancient entities that exist between moments, feeding on possibilities. They've been trying to break through for millennia, manipulating events to create fractures in the temporal fabric. Her expression darkened. They nearly succeeded during the Battle of Hogwarts, when so much powerful magic damaged the barriers between realities. Your grandfather and I managed to seal the breach, but evidently not before someone planted this delayed curse. Sebastian stared at the map in horror as it revealed a new image. Shadowy, elongated figures pouring through a rift above the tower ruins, spreading across the grounds like ink through water. But how do we stop it? Professor Hardwick had the tower inspected. They found nothing. Because the curse exists partially out of phase with our time, Lady Nightshade explained, opening a cabinet to reveal a collection of strange instruments. Conventional detection spells would miss it entirely. We need something more unconventional. From a velvet-lined box, she withdrew what appeared to be a monocle crafted from opal and silver. The Oculus Temporis. It allows the wearer to see objects as they exist across different moments in time simultaneously. She handed it to Sebastian, who hesitantly raised it to his eye. The world transformed. Furniture appeared both new and ancient. Walls showed cracks that didn't yet exist alongside repairs not yet made. And there, winding around the distant tower like a serpent of smoke, was a pulsing crimson curse, its tendrils burrowing deep into the stone. "Oh, I see it," he whispered. "But how do we remove it without triggering it prematurely?" Lady Nightshade smiled grimly. "We don't remove it, Sebastian. We redirect it." The night air atop the astronomy tower bit with winter's first chill as Sebastian and Lady Nightshade worked by wandlight. Using the Tempus Cartographia as their guide, they traced the curse's path through time with silver dust that glowed with an inner light. Dudim, the cartographers of destiny were founded after the great temporal catastrophe of 1247, Lady Nightshade explained as they worked. A group of wizards who recognized that time is not fixed but fluid, shaped by decisions and possibilities. They created maps like yours to navigate these currents, occasionally nudging events to prevent greater calamities. "Like temporal shepherds," Sebastian murmured, carefully completing a runic circle. "Precisely. Neither good nor evil by conventional standards, but essential, maintaining balance when forces like the chronophages threaten to consume all possible futures." She paused, examining their work. Over centuries, the ministry grew suspicious of their influence, declaring them dark wizards, hunting them until only a handful remained in hiding. Sebastian connected the final line of the elaborate diagram that now encompassed the entire tower top. That's why the map chose me, isn't it? Because of my bloodline." "Blood matters less than ability, Sebastian. Your gift for divination makes you receptive to temporal energies. The map revealed itself to you because you could see its truths." She straightened, surveying their completed work. But now comes the difficult part. From within her robes, she produced a small hourglass suspended on a chain. A time turner unlike any Sebastian had seen in textbooks, its glass housing a swirling nebula rather than sand. Is that a cartographer's clock, the last of its kind? She placed it at the center of their runic diagram. And when the curse activates, this will capture its energy and redirect it into a controlled temporal loop, essentially trapping it in an endless moment of almost happening. Sebastian frowned. But won't that create a paradox? If the tower never falls, why would we have set this trap in the first place? Lady Nightshade's smile held a hint of sadness. That, my dear boy, is why the cartographer must always remain to maintain the loop. One of us must stay within the temporal field, continually guiding the energy back upon itself. Realization dawned on Sebastian's face. You mean it was always going to be me, she said gently. Your journey is just beginning. The map has shown me glimpses of your path, Sebastian. The cartographers must rise again, for the chronophages grow stronger. This breach is merely the first of many attempts. Before Sebastian could protest, a low rumble shook the tower beneath their feet. The curse was awakening, threads of crimson magic becoming visible even without the oculus as they pulsed through stone and mortar. It's happening too soon, Lady Nightshade hissed, thrusting the map into Sebastian's hands. You must go, now. I can't leave you. You must. The map needs a guardian, and the world needs the cartographers. She pushed him toward the staircase as the first stones began to crack. Find the others. The map will guide you. Remember, Sebastian, time is not a river flowing in one direction, but an ocean of possibilities. Navigate wisely. The last Sebastian saw as he was forced down the spiral staircase was Lady Cassandra Nightshade, standing tall amidst a whirlwind of temporal energy, her arms raised as the cartographer's clock began to spin, capturing the destructive magic in its cosmic dance. The tower shuddered but held, caught forever in a moment between stability and collapse. In the library of Hogwarts, a secluded alcove now serves as home to a small group of students who gather around an extraordinary map. Its silver pathways revealing not just what may be, but what must never come to pass. At their center sits Sebastian Wayfarer, his eyes now permanently violet, teaching them to read the currents of time as the first cartographers of destiny in a new age. And sometimes, in the astronomy tower where students still gaze at stars, unaware of how close they came to catastrophe, a shimmer of blue light can be seen on moonless nights. Lady Nightshade, suspended between moments, her endless vigil protecting the school she once called home from terrors that lurk between the ticks of the cosmic clock. Story 4. The great beast cast a shadow like midnight across Hogwarts' astronomy tower, its wingspan blotting out the constellations as it soared against the bruised evening sky. Students screamed and scattered, their wands raised in futile defense. But Elian Drakeblood stood transfixed, the wind from massive wings tousling his carefully arranged hair away from the burn scars that marred the left side of his face. The dragon, a Hebridean black with scales that gleamed like obsidian armor, circled once, its ancient eyes meeting Elian's for the briefest moment before vanishing into the gathering storm clouds. Come to the mountains, blood of my blood. The old ones are waking. The words had reverberated, not in his ears, but in his mind. Like a memory of a voice he had never heard, yet somehow recognized to the marrow of his bones. It was the third dragon sighting this month, each one venturing closer to the castle, each one stirring something primal and forgotten in the depths of Elian's being. Drakeblood! Professor Longbottom shouted, ushering panicked students back inside. Get to safety immediately. But safety, Elian knew with sudden and inexplicable certainty, was not to be found within stone walls. Not anymore. The Ministry's Dragon Response Unit arrived at dawn. A dozen grim-faced wizards in charred leather armor, bearing the insignia of a crossed wand and sword. Elian watched from the shadows of the courtyard as they conferred with the headmistress, their voices carrying on the chill morning air. 3 sightings in British airspace, the unit commander said. A burly wizard with a face as weathered as old parchment. First dragons in these parts for nearly 2 centuries. The minister believes they're scouts. Scouts? McGonagall's voice was sharp with disbelief. Dragons are not organized, Thaddeus. They're solitary creatures. With respect, headmistress, what we're seeing doesn't match any recorded dragon behavior. Something's driving them. Something's changed. The commander's eyes narrowed. And the minister has authorized lethal force. A surge of rage unlike anything Elian had ever felt flared through his body. His hands, hidden in the folds of his robes, began to smolder, thin wisps of smoke rising from his fingertips. The sensation wasn't painful, it felt right, as though his body was finally remembering its true nature. That night, as students huddled in the great hall under the watchful eyes of professors, Elian slipped away. The corridors of Hogwarts seemed to whisper to him, guiding him to the 7th floor, where the room of requirement manifested a narrow door of ancient oak, bound with bands of tarnished bronze. Inside, he found not a room but a vast cavern, its walls adorned with carvings of dragons and humans, intertwined in scenes of battle and harmony. At the center lay a small stone basin filled with what appeared to be liquid fire, flames that danced and swirled without heat. Drink, last son of the Drake bloodline. Remember who you are. Elian knelt before the basin, his scarred face reflected in the molten gold of the fire liquid. With trembling hands, he cupped the impossible substance and brought it to his lips. The world exploded into flame. The peaks of the Cairngorms rose like the spines of slumbering dragons against the twilight sky, their snow-capped summits lost in swirling mist. Elian moved through the rugged terrain with newfound grace, his body stronger and lighter than it had ever been. The memories he had absorbed from the flame basin guided him, memories not his own, but belonging to generations of Dracomagi who had walked this path before him. For 3 days he climbed, subsisting on wild berries and spring water that tasted of ancient magic. On the dawn of the 4th day, he found what he sought, a narrow fissure in the face of the highest peak, barely wide enough for a man to slip through. From within came the unmistakable rumble of draconic breathing. "You shouldn't go in there, you know," said a voice behind him, clear and melodic despite the howling mountain wind. Elian whirled, his hands instinctively flaring with emerald flame. A young woman stood on an outcropping above him, her wild red hair whipping around a face that seemed too delicate for the harsh environment. She wore simple clothing of animal hides and rough-spun wool, but around her neck hung an amulet of unmistakable power, a dragon's tooth wrapped in intricate silver wire that glowed with inner light. "Who are you?" Elian demanded, the flames dancing between his fingers. "Oriana Flameheart," she replied, leaping down with inhuman grace to stand before him. Close up, he could see that her eyes were an impossible amber, the pupils vertical slits like those of a cat or a dragon. "And you're a Drakeblood. I thought your line had ended with the Great Purge." "The what?" Oriana's expression softened. "You don't know, do you? About the war, about what was stolen from your ancestors." She gestured to the fissure. "The dragons won't harm you, but what you learn inside might." Together they entered the mountain, the narrow passage opening into a cavern of breathtaking proportions. Stalactites hung like massive fangs from the distant ceiling, and pools of luminescent water cast an ethereal blue glow across the stone. But it was the dragons that stole Elian's breath, 5 enormous beasts arranged in a circle around a central dais of polished obsidian. The Hebridean black he had seen at Hogwarts was among them, along with a silvery Swedish short snout, a copper Peruvian viper tooth, an iridescent Antipodean opal eye, and a creature Elian had never seen described in any text, a dragon whose scales shifted through all the colors of flame, from deepest blue to brightest white. "It would be the primordial," Oriana whispered, "the last of the first clutch, hatched from the fires of the world's creation." The primordial's voice thundered in Elian's mind, a voice of such ancient power that he fell to his knees. The cycle turns again, young drake blood, the binding fails, the sleepers stir beneath the ice. Visions cascaded through Elian's consciousness, vast creatures of shadow and bone, imprisoned beneath glacial ice by a conclave of dragons and wizards working in harmony. The Dracomagi, his ancestors, channeling the dragons, fire through their own bodies to forge the chains of the binding spell. And later, the betrayal, wizards turning against their dragon allies, driven by fear of their power, hunting them to the edge of extinction. "The Ministry doesn't know what they're doing," Oriana said, helping Elian to his feet as the vision faded. "The dragons aren't returning to threaten humanity. They're returning to warn us. The binding spell is weakening. If the sleepers awaken—" "What are they?" Elian asked, and his voice hoarse. "The Forgotten Ones, creatures of such primeval chaos that they predate both magic and mundane. The first dragons and the earliest wizards united to bind them, knowing they would destroy all life if left unchecked." She touched the amulet at her throat. "My ancestors, the Giantkin, were tasked with guarding the knowledge of the binding, passing it through generations until it was needed again." The primordial dragon lowered its massive head, bringing one enormous eye level with Elian. The bloodlines must unite once more, dragon and mage. Giant and human, the circle must be completed or all will be lost. 3 weeks later, as the first snows of winter dusted the grounds of Hogwarts, the Ministry's Dragon Response Unit prepared for their first major offensive. 7 dragons had been sighted circling the mountains to the north, and the Minister had ordered a preemptive strike to neutralize the threat before it reaches populated areas. They never saw the 8th dragon, a midnight black shape against the night sky, until it landed directly in the center of the Quidditch pitch. Students and professors rushed to windows and battlements, wands at the ready, only to freeze in astonishment at the sight before them. Atop the Hebridean black sat 2 figures, a young man with half his face transformed into gleaming black scales, and a red-haired woman whose amber eyes glowed in the darkness. Behind them, emerging from the forbidden forest like shadows given form, came centaurs and giants, thestrals and hippogriffs, all the magical creatures of Britain united in solemn procession. Elian Drakeblood stood before the assembled wizards of Hogwarts, his voice carrying with unnatural power across the grounds. "I am the last dragon mage, heir to an ancient covenant broken by fear and forgotten by time. I come not as an enemy, but as a harbinger." He raised his hands, which flickered with controlled dragon fire. Beneath the northern ice, the Forgotten Ones stir from their aeons-long slumber. Their prison weakens. Should they awaken, neither magic nor machine will save this world. Oriana stepped forward, the dragon tooth amulet at her throat pulsing with power. Once, in the dawn days, dragons and wizards joined their magics to save all life from chaos unending. That alliance was sundered by mistrust, but it must be forged anew. Whispers rippled through the crowd as more dragons appeared in the night sky above, their massive forms silhouetted against the stars like constellations come to life. The headmistress stepped forward, her wand lowered. "What would you have us do, Mr. Drakeblood?" Elian's eyes, one human brown, one reptilian gold, met hers without flinching. "Remember the old ways. Honor the ancient magics that run deeper than any spell taught within these walls. And prepare for war, not against dragons, but alongside them, against an enemy older than time itself." Behind him, the primordial dragon landed with earth-shaking force, its scales shimmering through every hue of flame. When it spoke, its voice resonated not just in the minds of Elian and Oriana, but in the consciousness of every witch and wizard present, the first direct dragon communication most had ever experienced. The choice stands before you as it stood before your ancestors. Unity or oblivion. The sleepers do not dream of peace. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, students and teachers alike watched in awe as Elian Drakeblood, the boy they had feared and shunned for his mysterious scars, transformed before their eyes, his body elongating, scales erupting across his skin, wings unfurling from his back in a display of magic long thought lost to the world. The last dragon mage took flight alongside his ancient kin, a bridge between two worlds that should never have been divided, leading them northward to the coming battle upon which all futures depended. Story 5. The ancient yew-wand of Minerva McGonagall shattered in the middle of Transfiguration class, its fragments erupting into a shower of wild, iridescent sparks that danced across the ceiling of Hogwarts like vengeful spirits. Students screamed and ducked beneath their desks as the tendrils of raw magic lashed out, transforming quills into hummingbirds and inkwells into miniature storm clouds that rumbled ominously. It was the 17th wand to break that week alone, and as the chaos subsided, all eyes turned to the slender girl with silver-streaked hair who stood amidst the magical tempest, her hands outstretched, drawing the wild energy into herself as though it were merely water flowing into a vessel. Lyra Ollivander had never wanted this power. As the last living descendant of the legendary wand-makers, she had grown up surrounded by the whispered secrets of wand lore, the sacred knowledge of wood and core, flexibility and length. But never, in all the centuries of Ollivander history, had there been one who could channel magic without a wand, until now. "Now, Miss Ollivander," Professor McGonagall said quietly, her voice steady despite the loss of her faithful wand of 60 years, "please accompany me to the headmaster's office." The corridors of Hogwarts seemed darker that autumn, the enchanted candles flickering uncertainly as Lyra passed beneath them. Portraits whispered as she walked by, ancient eyes following her progress with a mixture of fear and fascination. The gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office moved aside without a password, as though even the stone sentinel could sense the power that flowed beneath her skin. Inside, Headmaster Flitwick sat behind his massive desk, his diminutive frame nearly lost among the ancient tomes and silver instruments that whirred and puffed around him. But it was the tall, austere figure by the window who captured Lyra's attention, a man draped in robes the color of midnight, his face half hidden by a cascade of raven hair streaked with silver. A jagged scar ran from his left temple to the corner of his mouth, giving him the appearance of wearing a perpetual half-smile. "Miss Ollivander," the headmaster began, "may I introduce Professor Alaric Blackwood, our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher." The tall wizard turned, and Lyra felt a jolt of recognition, not of the man himself, but of the energy that surrounded him, pulsing with the same chaotic rhythm as the magic she had absorbed from McGonagall's shattered wand. "You have it too," she whispered, forgetting formality. "The broken magic." Blackwood's eyes narrowed, the color of storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Not precisely, Miss Ollivander. I merely coexist with it. He extended his hand, opening long fingers to reveal fragments of what appeared to be a wand, or what remained of one. The splinters glowed with an inner light, shifting between crimson and gold, never still, never silent. What's happening to the wands, Professor? Lyra asked, her voice stronger now. Why are they breaking? That, said Blackwood, closing his hand around the fragments, is what we intend to discover. The library at midnight was a cathedral of shadows, the towering shelves like ancient columns supporting a vault of knowledge that stretched back to the founding of Hogwarts itself. Lyra's wandless Lumos spell cast a sphere of silver light around her as she followed Blackwood through the restricted section, past books bound in materials she dared not identify, their whispers and occasional snarls breaking the silence. Here, Blackwood said, stopping before a shelf that appeared no different from the others. He pressed his palm against the ancient wood, and the bookcase slid aside, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling downward. The Founder's vault, he explained. Few know of its existence, fewer still can enter. The chamber below was small and octagonal, each wall inscribed with runes that pulsed with gentle luminescence. At the center stood a pedestal of white marble, and upon it, a single book bound in what appeared to be opalescent dragonhide. The Codex Magici, Blackwood said reverently. Written by the founders themselves and added to by every headmaster since. The true history of magic in Britain. Lyra approached the book cautiously. As her fingers touched the cover, the runes around the room flared brightly, and she felt a surge of power rush through her, not unlike the sensation of absorbing magic from broken wands. It recognizes you, Blackwood observed, his voice tinged with something between admiration and concern. The pages of the Codex turned of their own accord, stopping at an illuminated manuscript depicting 4 figures channeling magic directly from the earth into a crystalline structure that looked remarkably like a wand. Before Ollivander, before wands became standardized, magic was wilder, more primal, Blackwood explained, tracing the illustration with a scarred finger. The earliest wizards and witches were channels, conduits for the earth's raw power. Wands were created not to focus magic, as we're taught, but to constrain it. Lyra's brow furrowed. Constrain it. Why? Because unconstrained magic is dangerous, unpredictable. The founders believed that to build a school to teach magic systematically, they needed to tame it first. His eyes met hers. But magic cannot be tamed forever, Miss Ollivander. And now, it seems, it is breaking free. The edge of the Forbidden Forest in winter was a boundary between worlds, the manicured grounds of Hogwarts ending abruptly at a wall of ancient trees draped in ice and shadow. Lyra followed Blackwood along this boundary, her breath clouding in the frigid air. The forest remembers the old ways, Blackwood said, his voice barely audible above the wind. Creatures that predate wands, trees that were ancient when Hogwarts was merely a dream in Gryffindor's mind. As if summoned by his words, a centaur emerged from the tree line, his chestnut flanks dusted with snow, eyes reflecting the cold light of the stars above. Alaric Blackwood, the centaur acknowledged with a slight nod. The stars spoke of your return. His gaze shifted to Lyra, and of the wandless one. Firenze, Blackwood replied. Do we seek the Heartwood? The centaur's expression remained impassive, but Lyra sensed a tension in his powerful frame. The council has debated your request. Follow me. They ventured deeper into the forest than Lyra had ever gone, past enormous spiderwebs glistening with frost, through groves where thestrals gathered like shadows, given form. The trees grew more ancient, their trunks wider than the great doors of Hogwarts, their branches forming a cathedral canopy that blocked even the winter sunlight. At last, they reached a perfect circle of 13 massive oaks, their bark silver in the diffuse light. At the center stood a single tree unlike any Lyra had seen, its wood the color of burnished gold, its leaves a shimmering blue despite the season. "The first tree," Firenze said simply, "from which the first wand was cut." As Lyra approached the golden tree, she felt the magic within her respond, reaching out like tendrils of light toward the ancient trunk. Around the clearing, she now noticed figures emerging from the shadows, centaurs and unicorns, bow-truckles and fairy folk, and humans too, dressed in robes of leaves and bark. An elderly witch stepped forward, her eyes the same shimmering blue as the tree's leaves. "I am Eloan, guardian of the Heartwood. We have waited for you, Lyra Ollivander." "The breaking of the wands is no accident," Eloan continued, her voice like the rustling of leaves. "It is the earth reclaiming its magic, magic that has been channeled and constrained for too long through dead wood and creature parts." "But without wands, how will wizards cast spells?" Lyra asked. "And how will students learn? The same way your ancestors did," Blackwood said quietly, "by becoming true channels for magic, by understanding its nature rather than merely commanding it." Eloan nodded. "For centuries, this conclave has preserved the old ways, waiting for the time when the balance would need to be restored." She extended her hand toward Lyra. "You must choose, last of the Ollivanders. Will you continue your family's legacy of binding magic to wood, or will you help us teach wizardkind to live in harmony with magic once more?" Lyra looked around the clearing at the gathered creatures and witches and wizards who had chosen to live apart from the magical world she knew. She thought of Hogwarts, of students struggling without their wands, of the fear and chaos spreading through the wizarding world. Then she looked at her own hands, hands that had never crafted a wand, but which could channel pure magic in ways that even her celebrated ancestors could not. "The Ollivanders have always served magic," she said finally, "not contained it. If wands are breaking because magic itself demands change, then it's my duty to help guide that change." She stepped forward and placed her palm against the golden bark of the first tree. A surge of power, unlike anything she had felt before, rushed through her, connecting her to every magical being in the clearing, to the ancient grounds of Hogwarts beyond the forest, to the ley lines that crisscrossed Britain like veins of pure energy. "It will not be easy," Blackwood warned, the fragments of his ancient wand glowing in response to the surge of power. "The Ministry will resist. Many will fear a world without the security of wands." Lyra smiled, feeling truly at peace with her power for the first time. Above them, the blue leaves of the first tree began to glow with an inner light, casting the clearing in an ethereal radiance. "Then we'll just have to teach them not to fear magic itself," she said. "After all, isn't that what Hogwarts was always meant to do?" Around them, the ancient trees seemed to sigh in agreement, and somewhere in the distance, another wand shattered, not in destruction, but in release, its magic returning to the world that had birthed it, wild and free once more. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle had witnessed 1,000 years of magic, absorbing spells and secrets like a sponge drinks water. But even the oldest ghosts drifting through its hallowed halls could not recall when last the castle walls themselves had begun to prophesy. It started on the night of the harvest moon, when stars hung like silver teardrops in the autumn sky. Elysium. Moonfell woke with her fingers raw and her nightgown dusted with threads of impossible colors. The 13-year-old Ravenclaw sat up in her four-poster bed, heart pounding against her ribs like a caged bird, wondering why the scent of ancient magic clung to her skin. By morning, she had forgotten the strange sensations, dismissing them as fragments of a dream best left unremembered, until breakfast, when whispers swept through the great hall like wind through summer leaves. "A tapestry," the students murmured, eyes wide with wonder and fear. A tapestry that wasn't there yesterday. High on the wall of the entrance hall hung a masterwork that defied explanation, threads of silver, gold and midnight blue woven into scenes of such vivid reality that some swore the figures moved when no one was looking directly at them. At its center stood Hogwarts Castle, but not as it stood today. This Hogwarts was half consumed by a swirling vortex of iridescent magic, a maelstrom of power with eyes that seemed to follow onlookers as they passed. Professor Corvus Nightshade, master of potions, stood before the tapestry while others broke their fast, his tall figure motionless as stone, his face ashen beneath its perpetual scowl. His long fingers, stained with decades of brewing, reached toward the woven prophecy but stopped short of touching its surface. "It cannot be," he whispered to the empty air. But it was. And by the next morning, another tapestry had appeared. "Miss Moonfell, remain after class." Professor Nightshade's voice sliced through the din of students gathering their belongings. Elysium froze, her potions textbook halfway into her satchel. What had she done wrong? Her draft of peace had been flawless, pale silver vapor rising in perfect spirals, just as the instructions demanded. When the last student had departed, Nightshade closed the dungeon door with a flick of his ebony wand. He studied her with eyes the color of thunderclouds, as if searching for something hidden beneath her skin. "Your hands," he said finally. "Show me your hands." Confused, Elysium extended her palms. Tiny cuts crisscrossed her fingers, some fresh, others half-healed. "You've been weaving in your sleep," he stated, no question in his voice. The room seemed to tilt beneath Elysium's feet. I don't understand, Professor." "Don't you?" His voice softened unexpectedly. "The tapestries appearing throughout the castle, they're yours, Miss Moonfell. Created by your magic, your gift." He turned away, his black robes swirling around him like liquid shadow. "A rare and terrible gift." "But I don't know how to weave," she protested. Nightshade's laugh held no humor. "Neither did my sister." The tapestries continued to appear, one every third night, always in different locations. The astronomy tower, the library, the corridor outside the room of requirement. Each more detailed than the last, each showing Hogwarts in greater peril, consumed by what students had begun calling the Devourer, a being of pure magic that seemed to feed on the very essence of the castle. Headmistress McGonagall had called upon experts from the Department of Mysteries, but none could determine how the tapestries were created or by whom. They could not be removed. Any attempt to take them down resulted in the castle itself shuddering, as if in pain. Only Corvus Nightshade and Elysium Moonfell knew the truth. "My sister Lyra was like you," Nightshade explained as they sat in his private study, surrounded by ancient tomes and bubbling cauldrons. "A tapestry seer. The ministry calls them Fatorum Textors, weavers of fate. For centuries, they've suppressed the knowledge of such magic, fearing its power." Elysium stared at the cuts on her fingers, suddenly understanding why her grandmother had always worn gloves, even in summer heat. "What happened to her? Your sister?" Pain flashed across Nightshade's face, quick as lightning. She was consumed by her own visions. The magic, it demands a price. "Am I going to die?" Elysium's voice was small but steady. "But not if I can help it," Nightshade replied, determination hardening his features. "But first, we must understand what your tapestries are trying to tell us." The seventh tapestry appeared on Samhain night, when the veil between worlds grew thin. This one covered an entire wall of the Great Hall, revealing its message to all of Hogwarts at once. The Devourer had taken form, no longer a mere vortex, but a creature with a face that shifted between human and beast, between young and ancient. And in its grasp struggled a tiny figure with silver-white hair, Elysium. Panic erupted among the students. McGonagall called for silence, but fear had already taken root. "It's coming for her. She's bringing destruction to Hogwarts. The Moonfell girl is cursed." That night, Elysium fled to the astronomy tower, tears freezing on her cheeks in the November wind. She hadn't asked for this power, this curse. Her fingers bled constantly now, her dreams filled with threads and patterns and terrible futures she couldn't prevent. "There you are." Nightshade's voice came from the shadows. "Half the castle is searching for you." "Let them search," she whispered. "I should leave Hogwarts before it's too late." The potions master stepped into the moonlight. "Running won't save you or the school. The Devourer is already here, has been here for centuries." He pointed to the stone beneath their feet. "In these walls, in the very foundation of Hogwarts." "What is it?" "Magic itself," Nightshade replied. "Raw, sentient magic that has absorbed the power of every spell cast within these walls for 1,000 years. Your gift has awakened it, given it focus." Elysium sank to her knees. "Then it's my fault." "No." Nightshade knelt beside her, his usual severity replaced by urgency. "Your gift serves a purpose. The tapestries aren't just showing the future, they're showing you how to weave a new one." For weeks, they worked in secret. Nightshade taught Elysium to control her gift, to weave consciously rather than only in dreams. They studied the symbols hidden in the tapestry's borders, ancient runes predating Hogwarts itself, telling of a time when magic was wild and free, before wizards learned to bind it to their will. "The founders knew," Nightshade explained, as Elysium practiced with a small loom, her fingers moving with increasing confidence. "And they built Hogwarts atop a nexus of raw magic, using it to power their enchantments while keeping it contained. But containment was never meant to be permanent." "What was supposed to happen?" Elysium asked, her hands never pausing in their work. "A weaver was meant to come. Every few centuries, a tapestry seer would arise to release the excess magic safely, to weave it into new purpose before it grew too powerful and broke free on its own. But the Ministry suppressed the weavers," Elysium realized. Nightshade nodded grimly. "After my sister died, I researched our family histories. Your grandmother and my sister were cousins, descendants of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. The gift runs in our bloodline, so I'm meant to release this magic. How?" "Through the final tapestry," Nightshade said, "but it must be perfect, or the magic will consume you as it did Lyra." Winter solstice, the longest night of the year, the night when magic runs deepest. Elysium stood in the Great Hall, barefoot on the cold stone floor. The entire school had been evacuated, save for Nightshade and McGonagall, who watched from the entrance, wands ready though they knew they would be useless against what was coming. The walls of Hogwarts trembled. Cracks appeared in the enchanted ceiling, stars falling like rain as the illusion faltered. The Devourer was waking. Elysium closed her eyes and began to weave, not with a loom, but with pure magic. Threads of light sprang from her fingertips, weaving patterns in the air before her, each movement precise, each thread placed with purpose. Blood dripped from her fingers, sizzling as it hit the floor, feeding her magic with life essence. The castle groaned. The floor beneath her feet grew warm, then hot. "It's coming," Nightshade called, his voice tight with fear. "Elysium, it's coming now." The stones split. From the chasm erupted a column of light, blues and golds and silvers swirling together, taking shape as the devourer. 1,000 years of magic given form, beautiful and terrible. It reached for Elysium with arms made of pure power, but she did not flee. Instead, she wove the devourer itself into her tapestry, capturing its essence, thread by thread. Pain lanced through her body as the magic fought her control, threatening to overwhelm her as it had Lyra. "Remember the pattern," Nightshade shouted. "Remember what you saw." With the last of her strength, Elysium completed the final knot, a binding knot of captivity, but of transformation. The tapestry blazed with light, and the devourer flowed into it, no longer a beast but a source of renewal. The light faded. Where Elysium had stood now hung a tapestry unlike any before it, a living record of Hogwarts, history and future, with magic flowing through its threads like blood through veins. And at its center stood a figure with Elysium's face, hands extended in eternal offering. Nightshade approached slowly, tears cutting paths down his austere face. He reached out, fingers trembling. "Elysium," he whispered. The figure in the tapestry smiled, her eyes opening. "I understand now," she said, her voice echoing as if from a great distance. "This was always my destiny." "To be trapped?" McGonagall asked, horror in her voice. "No," came the reply as the castle around them seemed to sigh with relief, magic once again in balance. "To become the heart of Hogwarts, to weave its future, story by story, student by student." Her gaze met Nightshade's. "Your sister tried to destroy the magic. I've become one with it instead." Nightshade nodded slowly, understanding at last. The tapestry seer becomes the tapestry itself. In the great hall of Hogwarts Castle, where enchanted ceilings reflect the sky above, and 1,000 years of history weigh upon ancient stones, the newest guardian took her place. And as students returned to find their school saved from destruction, they marveled at the living tapestry that seemed to change subtly each day, weaving their deeds and dreams into the very fabric of Hogwarts. For magic, once awakened, can never truly be contained, only transformed through sacrifice and wisdom into something greater than before.